Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow, we're live. My gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow, I'm sorry. I don't know what is wrong with YouTube today. Don't know what's wrong with YouTube today. It's been less than friendly. Take two live. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's in ridiculous mode is what it is. Oh my god, it is ridiculous. I do apologise. How are you, my darling? Good morning. How are you? How was the movie? Sublime. It was absolutely freaking awesome. And it has left me with so many questions. Mostly, why hasn't the United Kingdom been burnt to the ground by NATO and the rest of the world? I mean, seriously, what is there to be gained by allowing an island that's dead to continue being the United Kingdom? Clearly nobody's sending anything in. Nobody's helping us. There's no food. There's no medication. There's no electricity. There's no water. There's no gas. There's nothing. There's bugger all. Apart from a lot of very infected people and these ginormous units called alphas. I can't understand why we're having our borders patrolled day and night by the world and NATO, and you know, it's a real puzzler. I mean, I've said before and I'll keep on saying, those that are more, those that can adapt to their surroundings, no matter what their surroundings are, have more chance of survival. And the same is for a virus. If a virus wishes to survive, it has to mutate. Now, the rage virus originally is passed on by blood, usually by being bitten, and then you'll turn another person into the rage virus. Now, to reach its natural conclusion, the rage virus, if it is to survive, will have to mutate and it'll have to go airborne. Otherwise, it will eventually run out of its food source. 67 million people in the United Kingdom. If everybody's got it, what does the virus do other than either burn out and die or mutate and evolve? And I am puzzled. This is 28 years later, and we have just been left with these infected on the island, and we're in a small enclave on Holy Island, which is just off, well, which is Lindisfarne, and nobody has decided to eradicate the island of the virus, the rage virus, at all. And it stands to reason that before long the virus will mutate, and the world is running out of time, really, to protect themselves. And it won't be long before the virus puts its socks and boots on, and it's going for a road trip around the world via the jet stream. And I can't believe that the rest of the world is going to allow that to happen. That is the natural conclusion of the virus, is to infect as many as possible, right? That's its evolution, that's its pattern, that's its modus operandi. That's what it's going to do. And I'm puzzled with why, given the structure of the world, why the virus hasn't been eradicated by fire. Because it's the only way to kill a disease, kill a spore, kill a fungus, whatever it is. You need to burn it. You need to destroy everything that's been tainted with this disease. And I just can't understand why that hasn't happened. I don't understand why there is a 28 years later, to be fair, thinking about it logically. Are we just a giant thought experiment for the rest of the world? Have we got cameras everywhere? Are we on some kind of weird ass reality TV channel, that, like the Truman Show, that's been beamed all around the world, and everybody's placing bets about how long the villagers are going to last against the alphas? I mean, if that was the case, and we were being basically, you know, drones are flying over, and it's not NATO that's circling the British Isles, but I don't know, CNN, and they're busy videoing it for live TV. God, that's a weird thought, isn't it? Oh, Retro Guy, how you doing? Hello, Retro. Hello, another Space Note. How you doing? And I'm just, my mind is puzzling today. I'm thinking deeply about what I've just been seeing. Yes, I'm deeply thinking about it a lot. I loved the film. I thought it was amazing. It's left me with an awful lot of questions. Whether or not they'll be answered in the next instalment, which is due out in January, I don't know. But, oh, I'm curious. Gosh, I'm curious. The serpent's sin. Don't call me by my username. Call me Diane. Oh, hello, Diane. Limited power. Good Do you remember me? Yes, retro guy. Yes, I do. And is it Diane? Diane. Okay, I'll call you Diane. If that's what you wish. Oh, I'm just mildly curious, right? I'm going to do a few thought experiments. I love a thought experiment. Nice. Where are you based? Nice to meet you. I'm Jack. Hello, Jack. I'm Fairy. How are you? Very nice to meet you. We're a good bunch here. We look forward to the apocalypse, don't we? Just probably a little bit too much. No, I thought we'd do a thought experiment today. If you're up for it. If you're feeling like it's a Monday and you might like to be challenged. There we are. I love a Monday where you can be challenged. In fact, I love anything that challenges your brain, that wakes you up and makes you think. Now, don't mind me in my old raggy clothes, but it's a bazillion degrees in here and I'm feeling incredibly warm. Right, that's that customer done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 it is. Don't mind me, everybody. I'm working as well. Now, your thought experiment for the day so far. We're going to work on the scenario of a financial collapse. Right? Now, if like me, you've already been through one of those, you've probably got a little bit of experience. And what's your initial plan when you hear the magical words nationalisation of all infrastructure across the United Kingdom, including the banking system? What is your initial plan going forward, hearing that in the news? Right? Do you know where your family is? Have you got backups for backups? Can you get your family home? The floor is open. Successfully connected. Oh, yay! Underground bunker. Yes, I am in an underground bunker. Would you believe? Actually made provision for an underground bunker. I kid you not. I was looking to procure some farmland. That is a very good idea. Right, what we're doing, in between talking to you guys, I'm also running my business. Easier said than done some days. wouldn't believe what I did for a living. I actually was in engineering, believe it or not, until the 2008 collapse, which saw me get, well, not just me, but everybody that was with me, get royally shafted by the United Kingdom government of the day, which was fun. So I have an idea of what's coming. It's Monday, isn't it? Today's Monday, the 21st of July 2025. Imagine if it happened today. Just imagine. Yeah, the apocalypse is coming. It must be. The fairies say so. I used to make things for very specialist people, scientific stuff, and I made it and I shipped it all around the world, and it was fun. And it wasn't just me that did that. In fact, it was my stepfather that set the ball rolling, and he died, and we tried desperately to continue like you do, and unfortunately it didn't work out. The 2008 collapse happened, and the rest, as they say, is history. Painful history. You know what I'm going to miss in the apocalypse? Chocolate. I'm really going to miss chocolate. Oh, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, let's see where we are. Right. Okay. Happiness is, I always say, the bottom of a laundry bag. I like in Hampshire. I'm actually doubles as my office. You know I'm well organised, right? The child and Mrs. are usually at the same location as me. We have a plan. She has a written copy. I have a photographic memory, so I know the same plan. It took me nearly 5 years to do it. It was hard, but now self-sufficient for a period of 5 years if I had to use it. Good idea. The apocalypse, yes, retro, the apocalypse is coming. Then at home, so we have provisions for 3 days of bunker in place, so until fallout settles in that case. Scroll up, I answered your thought experiment. I am. I was just reading, as well as, I'm back now. Sorry, I had to deal with a client. Oh, roll on the day that the apocalypse happens. Yeah, so I have got first-hand experience of what a financial apocalypse feels like. Have we recovered? I'm still in recovery. Dearie me. We are still in recovery mode. Goodness. It's hard work what I do. It's I have you guys to talk to, which is fabulous. So anyway, yeah, we're talking about a financial collapse, right? Have you got what you need for your first 24 hours? 72, 48, or whatever. Talk about 2 years down the line. The minute you crack open that food that you've been storing, that's your path to starvation. That's the bit that they don't tell you in prepper school. What happens if your plan to grow food can't happen because the ground's irradiated? What are you going to do? How are you going to feed the very people that rely on you? Welcome back. Welcome back. How are you going to feed everybody that is going to be relying on you if the very ground that you want to plant the seeds in is not conducive to growing? Imagine there's been a war and bioweapons have been used, and this is all fallout, right, from the financial collapse, because you have financial wars, trade wars, and world wars, right? So imagine we've had the financial war. Well, we have actually. We had that in 2008. Now we're going through the remnants of a trade war, right? That's exactly what's happening right now. I mean, classic example, the tariffs that Donald Trump is throwing around the world. That's a classic example. And you got that happening right now, whether we want to admit it or not. And we've got Rachel from Accounts and Keir Starmer in power. Those two are very powerful people, and here we are. And this country at the moment is financially crippled. Yep, just using that as your example. Right, so we are trade warring with the best of them. And we're not doing very well, are we? No. So, with a bit of luck, you're looking at this now, and you are putting a little aside, aren't you? Tell me you're putting a little bit to one side in your thought. This is just a thought experiment, right? Just, go with me on this one. At some point, right, you're going to be looking at a situation where the wage that you're bringing in is not going to be working with what has to fly out the door. Everything's got its hat and coat on, and that's before you've bought a single tin of beans. And quite a few people are starting to feel it. I'm not just talking about the incredible poor. I'm talking everybody from the poor to the rich. Everybody senses that something's not quite right. I mean, for instance, yesterday in the Daily Mail, I know it's a strange newspaper, but we'll go with that one because that's where I saw it. There was an article about one of England's really, really rich residents. I don't know, he's like the 4th or the 5th richest person in the United Kingdom. And he has a mansion, I think it was in Chelsea. And he's let the staff go, all the servants, he's let them go recently, as in the last month, I think. That's what it said. And he's taking all of his money and he's leaving the United Kingdom, and he has put his mansion up for sale. Right? So he's hoping that somebody is going to buy his mansion because he said the United Kingdom is absolutely finished. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now, he's one of two things. He's either gone into the newspaper and told that story because he wants free advertising to sell his mansion, or he does genuinely feel that the United Kingdom is finished and he's doing the most altruistic thing he can think of and trying to warn the rest of the populace. Which one do you think it is? Panda Girl, hello. Hello, Panda Girl. So which one do you think it is? Do you think he was being altruistic and kind, telling the populace of the United Kingdom that you're basically all... Or do you think he was trying to get free advertising to sell his Chelsea mansion? You got things like that going on all the time. Yes, you were. Yes, you were, my dear. There we are. My computer's doing a backup system. I like to try and back it up at least 3 or 4 times a day because of the work that goes through. If I was to lose any of that, I think I've been probably travelling up shit's creek. Yes, quite literally. It's amazing, isn't it, how much we rely on our little computer friends to do all the things. Anyway, we have a background systems check running in the background. Pandas, girl, do you have pets? Yes. Yes, we do. I think I answered that the other day. I've got a kitten called Monty. Do you have pets? Have you made provisions for them in the apocalypse? I have never seen such a white pair of man's shorts before. I don't think he will fail the Daz Doorstep challenge. If you're as old as I am, you might remember that. You have 4. You got stick insects. Oh, that's an interesting pet. It's not what I would have. I mean, you can't really take it for a walk, but if you like it, my love, then good for you. Hugo Boss. What are we going to do in the apocalypse when we no longer have access to designer labels? I know it's strange. Yes, it is. But if they make you happy, my darling, then you have them as your pets. So, anyway, back to our thought experiment. Financial collapse. We're in a trade war at the moment. Things are getting exponentially worse. Your interest rates are all over the shop. The Bank of England, they're struggling. They're fighting against market trends and the way the market's flowing. Sometimes people don't realise that money, money is a tool to do a job with. It's there. It's just another tool in your arsenal. It's in your war chest, if you like. And other countries, which is why we have the stock exchange, which is a giant casino by the way, and don't let anyone else fool you into thinking it's anything else. It's for the rich, it's their club, and you ain't in it. But these rich people shaft you over pretty much every single day, right? The market conditions, you have to be understanding. No, we don't. We don't understand half of the decisions that you make. It's quite frightening, because all it takes is somebody to start a run. Yes. Els, bracelets. Marky, hello, how are you doing? Yes. So all it takes is for another country to start doing a run, right? Now, they'll be doing that for one or two reasons. They're short in the market. They're going to make a few quid off your misery. Or that is going to cause long-term problems. You've got an emergency board meeting of the IMF, International Monetary Fund. And if I'm correct in thinking, I believe the head of that was Mario Draghi, or as he is commonly known in the trade, Super Mario. I don't know if it's still him that does it. But, you know, they're all sat round the table, wringing their hands, shaking, saying, "What's the plan, man?" You need to find out which state's doing it. Possibly around about the time that they're making a run on something within your financial institution. There might also be a DDoS, right, which is going to overwhelm your servers, your internet that's running in and out. Maybe they might sever the undersea cable. Ooh, now that's going to get a bit tasty, isn't it? We need to take a break of work. I wish I could, but I can't. If I stop working, we don't eat. So yeah, you end up with a DDoS, or, you know, your internet's attacked, right? So not only have you got a run probably going on one of your financial institutions, pick a bank, right? Then they start with your internet. And things are starting to go a little bit screwy with the electricity board. And suddenly you're in a situation where you've got dodgy electric, your internet's screwy, you can't access your bank account. How are you going to pay for the food that you think, oh, I think I better go to the supermarket? I think I might get some baked beans. You've only got credit cards. And for some reason, that part of the servers down, the point where you would pay, use your cards, your banking system, everything. Suddenly that's not working properly. Right? If we've had it happen, Sainsbury's went through that not so long back, where they had an attack on their server, which meant that nobody could do any shopping there unless you had cash. And then they couldn't operate the tills because they couldn't scan to, you know, sell, so they couldn't open the supermarkets. So, you know, you see where I'm going with this thought experiment and how it's snowballing all of a sudden. As an individual, how are you going to cope? How's my day been? Perfect day. And L. There we go. There you go, L. Does that explain? I've already been, sweetheart. I had my holiday. I don't get to go anywhere else now. Well, I suppose I could go to End at Street to see how far it is. But I think that's about as much as I'm doing this year. Oh, I've been to Sorrento. And I went about 3 weeks ago. Can you believe it's 3 weeks since I've been to... We would have been at Pompeii 3 weeks ago today. Don't get me going, I'm going to start crying. I want to be back there. It was nice. It was warm. It was very warm. It was 40 degrees. Has anybody else seen a tonal shift in the weather recently? Don't you think it feels a bit like autumn? Hello, John. How are you, my darling? Did you sleep well? Monty is playing upstairs. Not really. Oh. Some not right. It doesn't feel right, does it? It feels as though we've jumped from summer to autumn in like a weekend. Bizarrely. So that doesn't help us. Oh, the kids have been in trouble. What did they do? What did the kids do? Oh, we're out of water. Jolly good. There we go. We're back. Yeah, where did I go? What did they do? Not sleeping, keeping me up. Where did she go? Panda girl. She's getting more water, and I was putting some laundry on. Surprisingly, it's only me that gets to do all the washing and the drying and the ironing and the cooking and the cleaning. Yes, because no one else does. Amazingly. But that's the story of a mother's life. What's your lunch? I don't know. Probably nothing. Because I need to crack on and get the ironing done and talk to you guys. I had some toast this morning, so that was enough. And I'll eat later on when I do a stir fry. Toki! Oh, important question everybody wants to know. How did your first date go, Toki? Anyway, wait for Toki to get back to us. We are doing a thought experiment today, Toki. It's called the financial collapse. We are talking about the apocalypse. And how are we, as a nation, are we resilient enough to go through a financial apocalypse? Because generally speaking, I think that that is how it is. Personally, I think that that's what is. It's fantasy looking at 28 days later. But it's a nice little escapism, isn't it? But I personally think we are probably going to go through something called a financial collapse 2.0. When I went to her home, oh, it was an interesting date. Did you have jam on my toast? Yes, I did. That I'll miss jam in the apocalypse. I'm going to miss jam. I'm going to miss chocolate, and I'm going to miss jam, and I'm going to miss Coca-Cola, and we're definitely going to be living like characters from the road. You know what else I'll miss? Actual food. I'm going to miss food in the apocalypse. So my first day at her house, I don't think I should say it on this platform filled with kids, but you get, oh, same, I would miss alcohol. I'm just going to miss real things like food. I'll miss medication. I'm definitely going to miss being able to sleep at night. Mind you, I don't sleep now, so quite frankly, what you don't miss, what you don't have, you don't miss, right? So, Toki, you had a good evening. All right, son. You're making an old lady blush. I'm just glad you had a lovely evening. Goodness me. Come on, trousers. That's better. Kiss the better. Seems to be the fashion at the moment to have oversized everything. Or inside out. Oh, Aline is calling me already. Gotta go. Bye. Good luck, darling. Oh, Toki's a lovely boy. So yeah, getting back to our thought experiment. Everything's just acting a little bit screwy today, you know, in our little thought experiment world. The electricity's flickering on and off in certain areas, and the internet's up and down. And people can't quite place what's going on, but they're not very happy about it. Well, it needs to be done, sweetheart. If I don't iron, I don't eat. I don't pay the bills. What a come down, hey, from the job I used to do. Ooh, back before 2008. Never mind. Do you know what? It's actually made me a better person. It's made me a better person and has made me realise that there's more to life. Any road. I'm trying to keep on track because I'm easily distracted. So yeah, your internet's up and down. Everything's going a bit screwy. Some people's bank accounts you can access, some you can't. And you've got the government stood there going, nothing to see here, everything's fine. Rachel from accounts is saying everything's tickety-boo. The markets are doing what they should be doing. Everybody's happy. Everybody's singing from the same song sheet. And then more and more supermarkets are suddenly unable to stay open because the attack on the banking system has ramped up a little more to the point that now it's becoming really, really, really noticeable. And people think, oh, I wonder if I can go and get some fuel for the car. And so they get to the petrol station and they find that the pumps have been compromised and they're no longer being able to pump and flow the fuel out of them, because the electric, there's no electric to make the pumps work. So now you're in a situation where some people can't access the bank accounts, some can't do any shopping because the supermarket that they would normally use can't open because there's no electricity and there's no way of paying for any of the shopping anyway. So they've had to shut the store. And some people have turning up at fuel, like the Shell station and the BP stations, and they can't access to get any fuel for the cars. And you've got all this going on, and half-hourly bulletins coming out of number 10 Downing Street, telling us that there's nothing to see here and everything's fine, and don't you worry, Poppet. And suddenly your stock market starts tanking because somebody's got a run on, I don't know, there's a run on the Bank of England. Yeah, why not? Let's make it tasty. Yeah, so the Bank of England is saying, there's been a slight problem and we're unable to communicate with the rest of the banks across the United Kingdom and across the world because our internet's down. At what point are you starting to smell a rat? A great big stinking rat. Now, what is your plan if that's the scenario? As an engineer, John, I was just talking about the financial apocalypse, OHB, OBH, 08HB, crikey. I need to put my glasses on, I swear I'm getting old. It was going out to sea 28 years later that made me start thinking about the apocalypse, and I thought it'd be a really, really, really good thought experiment to, talk about it. Talk about the apocalypse. Talk about all the different scenarios that could possibly happen. And what are your initial plans? What would you do at the time that you can smell this dirty rat, this doidy rat? I would love to be an engineer. Well, it's not all it's cracked up to be, sweetheart. I'm happier now. I'm not actually an engineer, but I ran an engineering. My husband's the engineer, not me. Ooh, no. My husband was the engineer. I ran the nuts and bolts of the business. He did the designing and the planning and the installations. Very intelligent man. And after 2008, we decided that we weren't going to do that anymore because of the financial collapse. Yeah. I like the idea of the zombies. 08HB. They're cute. But, as much as I love 28 days, years, weeks and years later, it is fantasy. Right? But it's a lovely fantasy to let your little mind, wander off into. But yeah, I mean, I look at more, how shall we say, more realistic scenarios. I mean, COVID was bad enough, right? And just imagine if we got another flipping, you know, imagine if the next one that comes along is worse than COVID. Imagine if it really was disease X. And then it probably would be like 28 years later. But maybe not just here in the United Kingdom. Maybe it'd be like that all around the world. I mean, we're so interconnected with the rest of the world that if one part fails, then the other part has got to do double time to try and keep up. And it might not. That might go down as well. Don't you find that that would be absolutely terrifying? With no electricity, no, not COVID, I hated COVID. Iggy, hello from Indonesia. So like polio or measles, I don't like diseases. I don't think anyone does. How about and this X. About financial collapse and disease X. What do you reckon about that? Right? Your banking system's going screwy. Bank of England are like going, they're running around like their asses are on fire. Jumping up and down going, we can't talk to anybody because all our internet servers are down. So the DDoS is really having a good time. And everything, it's attacking the gas, the electric, the water. It's affecting our banking system. And people can't get fuel, they can't buy food, tempers are fraying, the banks are shut. And suddenly you find that your hospitals are being affected. People are rocking up to the hospital with unexplained coughing and they're having these huge nosebleeds. Successfully connected. Headless chickens we would be, wouldn't we? We'd be headless chickens. My grandfather died of dementia. Not pleasant. So yeah, and people are turning up at the hospital and they've got a strange cough and they're shivering. And then what do you do? Imagine you had children and they're at school and suddenly you get a phone call from the school saying, we'll call him Billy. Your son Billy, he's got We think he's got a fever. He keeps on being sick. He can't stop coughing. He's not very well. He's sat in the nurse's office. Can you come and pick him up? And you're at work. So what do? Do you say to your boss, my son's school's just phoned and he's not well, and I've got to go pick him up, and then suddenly somebody next to you in the next cubicle starts coughing and suddenly has a nosebleed. And they start complaining and not feeling very well. You know, I hate to say it, right, but I'd make the executive decision and I'd get up, I'd quietly get my things together, I would make for the exit, I will get into my car, and the first thing I would do is I would go pick my child up. Now, would you then, having just been insubordinate and walked out of your job, and go down and pick your child up, would you go to the hospital? Would you go home? What would be your plan? Yeah. Poor old Billy. He's not feeling too grand. You turned up at the school. You're not the only parent that's there. There's loads of parents. They're all coming to pick up their child. And each one of them has all got a very sick child. And you're not feeling very good at this point either. I'm picking up my child, Billy. Exactly. Just kidding. I'm going to gone out. I'm buying an island and moving there forever. Well, you must have plenty of cash. Right, so you're not feeling very good either. And your child's sick. The person that stood next to you is sick. Everybody's sick in the office, right? The Bank of England's still running around screaming, I can't communicate with anybody. The supermarkets are saying, we can't sell you out because we ain't got an electric to operate the tills. And suddenly the army turns up, and the army is positioned outside the supermarkets, and they're not letting anybody in or out anyway. Right? And you've got police that are positioned outside the banks, and they've got the army on standby on petrol forecourts. All this has happened in a day, and you're still getting, or you were getting, half-hourly bulletins from number 10, and suddenly the bulletins stop, and they say that there's going to be a news conference at 6 o'clock. So everybody has to wait until 6 o'clock at night to hear the news conference. Oh, it's a skirt. Oh, right. dokies. I'm not feeling well. Someone help me. Me, gone out there. Billy can help himself. I'm on. Oh, you're a lovely parent. Yeah, right. So now you've got the army on standby, and they're up and down the country, and they're manning all fuel depots and supermarkets and food depots, as well as the fuel, and water treatment plants, all the fun stuff. At what point do you think there's been an attack on the United Kingdom? And bearing in mind, it started off with somebody messing around with the internet, with our electric and our infrastructure and our banking system. At what point after that do you start to think that this is a systemic attack on the United Kingdom and no violence has actually hit the streets? It's just a takedown of our infrastructure. How reliant we are on everything in the just-in-time system, and how reliant we are on the grid staying up. Now I'm just giving this just a thought experiment. This hasn't happened. It's just an idea for you. I do read an awful lot of science fiction, apocalyptic fiction, pandemic fiction, end of the world. Like I say, we look forward to it with a smile on our face and a song in our hearts until it actually happens. Opposite. Now, I should imagine there are many people who have got foresight and the ability to see or imagine what's coming down the line, and would react accordingly. But what happens if you're in a situation where you have got lots and lots of things sorted out and can react accordingly, but you can't get to where you need to be? What are you going to do then? Say your location is far away and you're living in a city, and say your location, your safety net, if you like, for your family is at the other end of the country. How on earth are you going to get your nearest and dearest together and to the other side of the country before they start implementing road closures? Right? Road barricades. What happens if they don't let you out of the city? Do you have a plan in case you can't get to where you want to be? You see, these are all the things that you have to think about And it's a lot of my characters in my books have this dilemma. They tend to think about it. I think about a character called John Custance from The Death of Grass by John Christopher. Right, I've talked about this quite a lot. It's one of my favourite books. It's nearly 70 years old. And it will be next year, actually. I think it will be next year. (1956), so next year The Death of Grass will be 70 years old. Right? Now, that actually didn't start with a financial collapse. That started with a virus called the Chun-Li virus. And the Chun-Li virus killed off all the rice grass and the rice paddies out in China. Right? You start off with the story of everybody discussing the Chun-Li virus as it's happening to the people that live out in Hong Kong, and how the millions and millions of them are starving in Hong Kong. And they are being fired upon by their own government. It's really a very thought-provoking book, because it does discuss if you've never heard of it, the 9 meals from anarchy. As in, once you've missed your 9th meal, you're pretty much ready to go to battle and fight to the death for a meal, because at that point you're not exactly starving to death, but you're very hungry, and if you're very hungry, then you're going to be very angry, and that's why they call it 9 meals away from anarchy, because there will be anarchy on the streets if people have missed 9 meals. They're going to be pretty upset. And that's why that thought experiment, I mean, that in itself, that story, The Death of Grass, is a thought experiment in itself. And it's actually quite a frightening one, because the whole book, you start off very gentle going into the apocalypse in that book, and you end up at the end of that story with the most savage and barbaric ending that I've ever read in a book. And to say it's 70 years old next year, and the ending is absolutely terrifying. Hello, Frankenstein. Hello, my darling. How are you? And just the ending of The Death of Grass is absolutely barbaric and is utterly terrifying. And the one thing that I love about Sam Yude is his ability to scare the whatsits out of you. You know, he just knows how to amp it up to 11. I mean, he died in 2012, But my goodness me, the legacy he left behind for us all, we were very lucky to have him as a writer. You're doing great. Lovely, darling. Did you have a nice weekend? We're talking all about the apocalypse in all its glory, gory, gruesomeness. I was using this scenario of an attack on our infrastructure and an attack on our banking system. And a terrible flu-type symptoms have suddenly gripped the United Kingdom, and we're not feeling very well, and nobody can go to the shops, and nobody can buy any fuel, and the army have turned up, and the army are guarding everything. And what are we all going to do? And how are we going to survive? And what are your plans? And what would you do if you suddenly tried to get across the United Kingdom and found out that the army had blocked off all the roads and they weren't going to allow you to travel out of where you are? What are you going to do? Where will you go? How will you survive? It's actually quite frightening, isn't it? Just imagine you wake up and you just think it's going to be an ordinary day, and that ordinary things are going to happen. You're going to get up, you're going to have your shower, you're going to go to work, you're going to do your job, and then you're going to come home, have your tea, and repeat it all again tomorrow. But just on this particular day, that doesn't happen. And you need to have your plan in place so your family knows what they're doing. Oh, we're on our own. Sorry, I just had to remain quiet then. Didn't feel, you know, when you've got other people around, you just need to respect that they are there, even though you're in your own room, and they just want to go. Oh, I feel like I can talk now. So yeah, you've got all that going on. Now, here's another thought experiment for you. Just imagine it wasn't an attack on the bank, right? Just imagine that your next scenario was natural causes, right? An environmental disaster. It suddenly starts raining. Whoop. Oh, we've frozen again, have we? Here we go. Let's get going. Let's see if we can. There we go. We're a bit pixelated, but we'll do. Suddenly it starts raining. There's absolutely nothing we can do to stop it from raining. I mean, it is absolutely bucketeering out of the sky. Right? There's absolutely nothing you can do. It's pouring down out the sky. Right? The roads have been turned into rivers, and the rivers are being turned into lakes. And there seems to be no end in sight. We can't stop it. It's just getting heavier and heavier and heavier until it just looks as though there's a river flowing out of the sky, right? And it's raining and raining and raining. In fact, at this point, you're starting to say, I wonder if Noah will be going past my house, if he might be able to give me a lift. You know, a bit like how it was back in 2015 when my little village flooded. As did many villages around where I lived. And that was a disaster. And you know, the support that we got from our local council, it did eventually flow in, but do you know what they said? We're all on Christmas holiday. We're all on holiday. We can't get in. You're just going to have to cope until we can get back into office. I kid you not. That was our situation. We were knee deep in sewerage water and mud and other yucky, awful, grot-bot things all over, everywhere. You couldn't move. The rivers, the canals, everything had merged. Some poor soul's business, he had a porter cabin, and that was found way, way, way down the river. And it just, we were just like astounded, you know. We thought that our local council were just going to jump into action and say, are you all right? Is there anything we can do? No, they were more interested in the fact that they were all on the Christmas holidays, and unfortunately they couldn't get anybody into the office. And it's like, what? You're joking. We need help now. We don't need it in 3 weeks. There's some people that have lost their homes. You know, there's no way of them going back to sleep in their own houses tonight because they ain't got one, because it's full of mud. We need help now. I mean, things were so bad that the army was called out, and the army did come out and help us clean up. And in many respects, not only did we lose homes and businesses, but we lost our roads as well. And we had to have brand new roads put in, and goodness knows what other things we lost. We lost this water supply, we lost the sewerage, you know, the toilets weren't working. And that was just by constantly, it rained and it rained and it rained so much. There was nowhere else for any of the rainwater to go apart from down the high street and cut the village in half. And there were people that were living in canal barges that suddenly found that they were floating off down the high street. It was pretty dire, you know, and we had thousands of pounds worth of damage. You know, so you faced it with a situation like that. We lost the electricity. We had no water, with no sanitation. You know, forget trying to go on the internet and asking for some help. You could be stood in the bloody street yelling, help, 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 and no one would come in. You know, and it took ages. And I mean ages before even Downing Street recognised that, oh, there might be a bit of a problem up north. There's trouble at Mill. Yeah, that's pretty much how it was. And that was in 2015 on Boxing Day. Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about, but it was pretty rough. You see, and that's just a miniature national disaster, right? Natural disaster, should I say, not national, a natural disaster. Because it didn't rain everywhere. Oh, sorry. My arm. It's a bit stiff. You know, not everyone suffered, but certain villages up here did. And like I say, because it's up north, sometimes I feel as though we're out at way. And I don't know, it's a good job for our Hardy Bunch, isn't it? You know, we managed to get local businesses that could help, did help. And they were wonderful, and they gave us bleach and brooms and strong bin liners and giant skips, because some people had to have the homes ripped out, you know, had to have like the kitchens ripped out and the bathrooms and the bedrooms and carpets, you know, and chuck the whole lot and then go back to the brickwork, and had to get replastered and replumbed and rewired because they lost everything. So yeah, it was rough. But imagine, right, if it wasn't just where we were, in our little part of the world, right? And it was a wet winter. Now imagine, if you will, that had been a cold winter. And that had been snow. Right? It would have brought roofs down. It would have made buildings collapsed because we had that much water. And just, what would you do if that was your scenario? Right? A natural disaster. Water everywhere. It's winter. It's cold. It's snowing. You've lost infrastructure. No one can get anywhere, even in a 4x4. That was another thing. Even though we had 4x4s, there was that much mud. There was that much water. It didn't matter. Nobody could get anywhere anyway. You needed a Sherman tank to get down High Street. I'm basically saying it were a bit rough. Now just imagine that didn't just happen here. And that actually happened all up and down the country. I mean, we have had flooding up and down the United Kingdom. We've had rogue waves. We've had, the railway line ripped up, you know. So things cannot get up and down the country. Imagine if your motorways are flooded, right? And you've got no access to rails and your canals are out of action. How are you going to get infrastructure to work? How are you going to get food up and down the country? How are you going to get people moving? You know, suddenly you've been in a deluge of water. What happens if we have a winter like that this year? Right, the chances are, I mean, it's 10 years. Actually, no, it's 10 years. December this year is 10 years since the catastrophic floods in our village. Imagine if we went through that again. What a nightmare. And we're not even down in the village bottom, we're up the side. Davello, how are you doing, darling? We're talking about the apocalypse. Feel free to join in. I'm telling everyone about when we got flooded back in 2015 and the village got split in half, and I'm not joking, we lost the main road, we lost the bridge, we lost everything. You know, it were Boxing Day floods, and yeah, it was just horrific. And we turned around and we said to the council, we need help, and their response was, it's Christmas, we're all on holiday, offices are shut. And we were like, oh, and this is a disaster, we need some help. It was a flipping joke. I mean, I'm just saying that we had the 4x4s and it wouldn't have mattered because we couldn't go anywhere because there was mud and water. There was so much water. It was everywhere. The rivers were lakes. The canal was swamped. People who lived on barges were going down the high street. Businesses were just destroyed. People's homes were ripped. We had to rip people's homes out. So that they could have replumbing and replastering and rewiring. And some homes were so badly damaged that no one ever went back to live in them. I remember one guy who had his own business and he ran it from a porter cabin. And they found his porter cabin about 20 miles away after they'd found bits and pieces of the driftwood, because the whole thing had gone off down the river. I mean, this ginormous river that we ended up with that took the bridge out and took his business with him. They said they found it 20 miles away, what were left of it, and it was just insane. And that was Boxing Day 2015. And it's 10 years this year. I know, right? It's mad. And what happens if we have another winter like that? I know, it was wild. Everybody was wild. They were absolutely incensed. I've never seen them so angry. Mud everywhere. There was no sanitation. There was no running water. There was no ability to clean anything. We ended up with the army coming out and turning up to help us sort out. And we had to replace the roads in certain areas. And we had to build a massive flood defence in the village, two villages over from where I am, at the tune of millions of pounds, thanks to the Environment Agency for starting and building that. And it took nearly 5 years to get that to, to work. And houses and businesses in that area, wowee. It took a long, long time for that village to come back to life. This is you should Google the 2015 floods and you'll see what I'm on about. Because it was pretty spectacular. Yep, it's just insane. But imagine if that happened to us, happened to everyone down the, not just the surrounding areas, but like across the country. And as I say, in the past we have had catastrophic flooding throughout the country. I mean, look at Somerset back in 2012, I think it was. They had quite a time, didn't they? And around Gloucestershire and all around that area. And we could have a rough winter. Imagine if it was really cold and it wasn't the rain and we ended up with snow. I mean, I've already started preparing for winter where we live. I'm getting bits and pieces sorted now so that I don't have to do everything in one mad rush. Because I know where we are and where we live, it can be quite brutal in the winter weather. Whether we like it or not, we have to do these things, otherwise, we're stuffed. And we still need to be able to get out and do our daily business, right? Yeah, and that is what we went through, and that's just 1 year. I mean, good God, it was insane. I always think about that old man that they dragged out the roof of his Range Rover as the river just went whoosh straight over the top of his car. And I honestly, how he didn't die. Wow. He must have had angels looking over him that day. He must have had a guardian angel sat on his shoulder saying, come on mate, we got this. And I mean, there were no left of his vehicle. I mean, you can buy another vehicle, right? You can't exactly buy another life. Yeah, it was wild, man. It was insane. And it didn't stop raining. It just kept on raining. There's so much water. Our local church became, it was like on an island. There was that much water around it. And people would walk into it in Wellingtons and stuff. And it became like a hub for everything, for all the local villages. And, you know, it was the only place that we could go to get cleaning stuff. But I mean, there was no point at first in trying to clean because there was just so much water falling out the sky that it didn't make any difference. We had to wait for it to stop raining before we could start cleaning. And there was some lovely, lovely people in towns right over the other side that weren't affected. And they were turning up with hot meals for the residents, which was so lovely. They were so sweet of them to turn up. And they didn't ask for a penny, bless them. They just turned up with the food so that the people that were there, the flood wardens and the police and the army and just everyone, if they needed something warm to eat, there was something there for them. And I just thought that that was the sweetest thing that anyone could have really have done for us. And I can see my husband's face now. He's like, flood sirens have gone off. I can hear flood sirens coming down the valley. I'm going to go out and have a look and see what's happening. He came back up and he said, bloody hell, this is, we ain't got a blood. Oh, words to that effect. It's a very deep voice, as my husband. Said, bloody hell, we ain't got a bloody village. I know, I'm laughing about it now, but it was actually quite terrifying. And I just kind of hope that we don't go through that again this winter. It would not be fun. But you know, natural disasters can happen. I mean, you remember all that catastrophic flooding that they had down at Windsor? I think that was actually the same year, 2015, I'm pretty sure it was. And all those people on Christmas Day that ended up having to cook the turkeys on the barbecues because there were no way else of cooking their dinners. Ronaldo, how are you doing? Hello, Ronaldo. We're talking about natural disasters, the apocalypse, all the good stuff, all the fun. Yeah, 2015 was a very wet year. I mean, look at in Texas earlier on this year. And all those kiddies that were at the summer camp, and they had that flash flooding that went through. And there was just no way, there was no warning, it just happened, and I feel awful, absolutely awful, because there were so many that got killed. You know, terrible. Hello, Ronaldo. I'm glad you're good. Whereabouts in the world are you from, my darling? And are you into preparedness? And are you looking forward to the apocalypse? Or dreading it? I mean, yesterday, it poured down. It absolutely chucked it down. And we were aquaplaning as we came down the motorway. Hello. I am good. No, you're not looking forward to the apocalypse. Well, to be honest, I don't think anybody wakes up one day and thinks, oh, gee, I can't wait. I hope today's the end of the world. I don't think anyone really jumps out of bed and says that. You know, if they do, well, that's them, isn't it? Natural disasters can happen. Banking infrastructure can go down. We could end up with financial disaster. We could end up with a flu type virus that hits us like COVID. I think the trick is to have a plan and have a backup plan in case that first plan doesn't work. Oh, see, you've made friends. That's nice. Oh. That's sweet. I love it when people can come on here and make friends. And that's what it's all about, right? Building a community. Friendship. That's what it's all about. I'm really just kind of hoping that we don't end up with a rough winter. I mean, I would say I probably started thinking along the lines of preparedness after 2001, but didn't really start thinking about it properly, I would say, until we went through the 2008 crisis, and then the loss of the business as it was for us, and having to sort of like survive back in 2011, and ever since then I've kept what I would call a close eye on things. You know, it's not like a morbid curiosity or anything like that, but it's just like, I think I'm more aware of my surroundings, and because of that, I've put things in place to make sure that should something bad happen, at least we got the chance of surviving it, if you know what I mean. Putting something to one side now, just in case a little bit further down the line things go a little bit wrong. And yeah, I know, I'm like everybody else. You can get a bit complacent and then you forget about it and you get on with everyday living, and then something else happens and it's like, oh yeah, I have to think about it. And that's what today is all about, the discussion. It's sort of like a little bit of a like, what would you do? To make you think. And it's when it started raining, really, really raining yesterday. I mean, proper like wanging it down overnight. And I was thinking to myself, crikey, this reminds me of back when we were really like struggling back in 2015 with that much water. What else could we have done other than just hang on and hope for the best? There we are. Now we're not going to lose that, are we? It's a very gentle little knot that I did. Ronaldo, I'm so sorry, darling. Ronaldo, I am so sorry. Is there a hug button on here? No, there's only love hearts. I'll have to send you some love hearts, sweetheart. I am so sorry. How did he pass away, darling? If you want to talk about it. How did he die, my darling? I mean, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But just to know that we are here in case you do. Oh, thank you, by the way, everyone. I just realised that we're to 9 thumbs ups. And I'm astounded, and thank you very much. That's very kind of you. And I think we've been chattering now for a couple of hours, and it's about 10 to 2, which is all it needs to be, isn't it, on a Monday morning, Monday afternoon, even. Oh, Davella, I'm so pleased. It's what I've always wanted to create, is a family environment, you know, where people feel like they can just come on and chat about the day, chat about what's going on in their lives. I've always wanted that for you. I just want you to feel it's a space that you can come to and just say whatever's on your mind. You know, did he have a heart attack, darling? I'm so sorry. I think that's what you were trying to say. Oh, darling. That's how my dad died. My stepdad. That's how he died. And a massive pulmonary embolism and caused him to have a heart attack. Yeah. Oh, your mom went the same way. Oh my goodness. Oh my darlings. I'm so sorry. I don't think we ever forget them, do we? They're always there with us. And that's a comfort to us. Always watching over our shoulders. Probably telling me right now that I've missed a bit with the ironing. Such as life, eh? They'll always be there. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean you stop loving them. And that's how it should be. I'm very much a hands-on mom. It's the only way I know. It's the only way I've ever been is how you see me right now. What you see is what you get. There's no airs and graces with me. I'm not completely tech savvy. I do my best. I suppose that's all anyone could ever ask of anybody. Turn up and do your best and hopefully you'll get through the day. We're being threatened with thunderstorms this afternoon, funnily enough. Really big ones. Big boom booms. Which I'm sure will thrill Monty no end, because he's absolutely terrified of storms. We shall wait and see, eh? He's a right scaredy cat. He's a real wimp, is our Monty. But you know, he is our boy, and I have made provisions for him as well in the apocalypse plan. I mean, I'm just saying, if everything did go to hell in a handcart, you got to take care of your pets, right? I mean, what kind of people would we be if we didn't take care of the pets? Yep, they'll always be in your heart, darling. Was it fairly recent then, Ronaldo? Okay, that's bedding. That one's just bedding. Okies. I'll be back in a minute. Needs a bit longer and drier. Here we are. I'm back. Found a couple of spare hangers as well. Had to shove the dryer on again for a bit because nothing in it was dry enough to come out. I've got towels in there and all sorts, so they all need sorting. At least I've got all the washing done. I'm just waiting for the drying to finish. And I can iron everything here for everybody else. And this goes back tonight. So that's fun, isn't it? Just a few more items of clothing. And then we've got a little bit more bedding, and then voila, we're done. I'd say another couple of hours. I'll be through this lot, which will be lovely. Gosh, we had some fun getting going on the internet this morning. Thanks to another space nut for watching over me and getting me protected and making sure everything was where it should be. Oh, the end is in sight. Well, it will be in 2 hours, sweetheart. Not quite yet, but we're getting there. You'll remember the 2015 rain that we got, won't you, another space nut? You remember what happened to villagers around where we were? And the army getting called in. And us losing us roads and whatnot. It was all good fun, right? Indeed. I mean, if you didn't have armbands on, you were knackered. shouldn't laugh about it because it was really scary at the time. What's crazy this time round, I'm at the bottom of the, oh my goodness, all armbands, all abandoned ship. How's young Dexter? Is he being good? Has he settled? Is he still chewing wires? He's like, oh darling, they are. You forget just how needy they are. And they, oh, my heart goes, eating more and more awake now. Oh, you've got to send me some more pictures. I have to see him because he's so cute. He's adorable. He's absolutely gorgeous. Did you get to the game hub? Did you manage to do Squid Game? Definitely. I definitely want to meet our Dexter. My cute little ball of fluff. Oh, goodness. Don't you even think about blinking on and off, you. Betty. Betty is my iron. Betty has sometimes got a mind of her own. Don't you, our Bet? Oh, gosh. This is what happens when you wash your bedding, and then you try and nuke it dry. There. How I managed to make that look right, I don't know. Four pillowcases. One tea towel. 3 hankies. I assumed it was today, but it was tomorrow. I booked it for according to the booking email. Oh, right. It's finally booked in for tomorrow. I'll be sure to send you some pictures, videos when we do. Oh, please do, because I am really, I'm excited for you. I am. And how is our young man and his brand new computer system? Is he loving it? Have you managed to get him to get off it yet? Or has he gone to sleep at his desk? Like any budding YouTuber. He's such a sweet boy. I know that you're going to have the best time. I'm actually really excited for you to go out and do this. You know what it builds? Team building experience. If you can cope with something like that, which is a game, imagine what you can deal with in real life. 2:30, now at 3:30 the floor is lava. I'll take the Coke, the cine camera. Right, the cine camera, not the Coke. I was going to say, what's a Coke camera? Oh, you'll have the best time, I know you will. I just get to go and do the ironing again tomorrow. Lucky me. Tell ya. I don't know how I'm born. What I do know is it's incredibly warm in here. It's not as insane as it has been though, work-wise, thank goodness. I'll be glad, actually, when we do get through this basket though, because it's a biggie. It's all good fun, eh? All good fun till it isn't. Bellabot! I'm really well. How did it go yesterday? Did you happen to get rescued? I'm assuming you did. My happy place is seeing others happy. Aww. Well, you know, yeah, life is like that, isn't it? We have to find our happy place. The world is a hard place. And sometimes finding happiness is not the easiest thing to do, says me. And subject of what we're talking about is the apocalypse. Find your happy place in the apocalypse. And my goodness me, if you can do that, you've got it licked. Literally. What's your apocalypse plan, Bella? How are you going to survive? What do you think's coming? What would be your... It's all cool. All cool. All cool. Alcohol? No? I've only got half a message from you, darling, so I don't understand what it was you were trying to tell me. I'm just waiting for it to start going boom, crash, crash, boom. If I do hear it doing that, I'm going to go look for Monty, because I'm a little bit like, he hates storms. The poor lad is absolutely terrified. So it won't do him any good to be outside in that. Monty, yeah, he is absolutely like caca for cuckoo pops. He no likey the storms. Develop. Montes, yeah, he's just terrified. He's absolutely, he'd be running around screaming. Have you ever heard a cat scream? Oh my goodness me, that is what Monty can do. He screams like Ned Flanders. Yeah, he's not a brave boy at all. Yeah, he'll be literally terracing around the garden like his backside's on fire. He's just not meant for bad weather. Not much. Oh, not much. Maybe 10 more items of clothing. Yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on the weather. He might even have sneaked up upstairs and be hiding under the bed, because he also has a habit of doing that. I keep my wedding dress under the bed. It's all wrapped up, but Monty, ever since he was a kitten, I mean, he still is a kitten, but I'm talking about a teeny tiny kitten, and he'd disappear, and I found him once, and he was curled up right in the middle of my wedding dress that's under the bed. Oh, it was the cutest thing. He's so sweet, and I found him curled up right in the middle of my wedding dress. I wish I'd taken a photograph of him, but it were a bit dark under the bed, so I couldn't really make out, or should I say the camera wouldn't have been able to make out him properly. But yeah, there he was, fast asleep, right in the middle of it. Butter wouldn't melt, and now he's getting the size of a small dog. Thunder just arrived here. I bet it's on its way. Hey, if it knocks out the internet, guys, I'm right sorry. I'm afraid that's one of the joys of living in the countryside in the United Kingdom. One of the joys. I'll probably find him somewhere. I'll be absolutely bricking it in garden. I'm just saying though, if we lose power, then we lose power. There's sod all we can do about it. We are at the mercy of the elements. Have you got any rain with it? Or is it just thundering? No wet stuff just yet. Righto. Well, oh, it has gone ever so dark. Right, I'm just turning this iron off. We're going on a field trip, folks. We're going on a field trip. We're going upstairs. We're going to see if the Montus Bontus Diddly Dontus is at the back door going, ow, 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 ow. Oh, it's raining. It's raining. Bonty! Whoa, I told you scream like Ned Flanders. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Monty! Hey! How you doing, buddy? You alright? You good? Hungry? Of course you're hungry. You're a boy. Boys are always hungry. Yes, it's just started raining. Woo-hoo! And he's nibbling my legs. Mate, we talked about this. You mustn't do that. Yeah, I know. No. No. You do not nibble the mama. A Siberian long hair. Oh, they grow massive. Oh, there we go, dude. Monty the Impossible. You're a stinky boo. And we love you. And we're also going to have a banana. Because it's lunchtime and I'm hungry. Yep, it's just started chucking it down here. I'll eat a banana. Okay, that door's locked. I'm fully waiting for the thunder. You can make bugger lugs in the kitchen now. He'll be running downstairs and hiding under ironing board. Just sometimes now and again. It's a slow release food. And it's good for you. Good for you. Bananas are very good for you. They're full of potassium. And your body needs potassium. In fact, it's one of the things that you don't get a lot from in your food. And if you're short on potassium in your body, it can cause you some real problems. So I'm just saying, it's a good idea to eat a banana now and again. And it was really just starting to come down with the rain. So way more calories in a banana and Nutella sandwich than I say storm bombers. If you turn round, Bella, yeah, if you turn round and say that the Nutella sandwich and the banana in it is stolen, then apparently there's 0 calories. Hello, mate. How you doing? You glad you're in now? Because the weather's going to get absolutely awful. Yeah. You cleaning your paws after dinner? Oh, that's a very good boy. He's just sat in the corridor. Yeah, you're sitting in the corridor. Oh, you're going to hide behind the chair. He knows bad weather's coming. He won't leave me alone now. He'll be like having a shadow. So make them with the child in mind, then walk to the studio with them in hand to reduce the calories. Good plan. Yep. Yeah, if you just say stolen sandwiches, right, no calories. Dude, it's foolproof. And you, mister, are you going to be my shadow? You going to stay with Mama? I'm not surprised. He knows when there's a bad storm on the way. He knows. He is like stuck to me like glue. Aren't you, bud? Hey? The bud that could. Surprised he's not sat on my foot. You're such a floof. You are. And I love you. You're my little furry demon. You're going upstairs. Oh, that's brave of you. I bet you're going to go and hide under bed. I bet I find him hiding under bed, hidden in my wedding dress. He seems to love the fluffiness. Because I have my wedding dress was a Russian wedding dress, as in a giant Russian furry hat. I got married in winter. And it's fur trimmed all around the collar and the, all down the dress. And it's a dress with a coat over the top because I didn't opt for a veil or a tiara. I wanted, I look like a Russian princess. It was certainly a dress. It was the dress. Gorgeous. And I still have it, every part of it, just hidden underneath in a beautiful bag, resting on the bedroom floor underneath our bed. I don't think it'll ever be worn again. Oh, not even by my daughters. I don't think they'd want it. So if anybody wants a Russian wedding dress, you can have mine. trousers. It's 2:25. That's not bad. In my possession is 2 stolen Nutella and bananas. Oh, awesome, dude. Awesome. Send photos or it never happened. I reckon the weather tonight will be absolutely horrendous while I'm trying to go out and do my job. I'll have to drive through water. Yesterday we drove through a flood on one of the roads in Leeds, and I'm not joking, there was water everywhere. It was just horrific. It's a good job we were in a high top vehicle with a deep axle. Otherwise it had gone in the engine. And they do say, don't drive into flood water, don't they? Oh, we hadn't got any choice. There was no chance of us turning around and going a different way. There was traffic backed up behind us. And nobody was driving yesterday like the roads. They were so close to each other on the motorway that if one car had to anchor on, the car behind them would have had no chance. It would have been straight into him. And we had, we were having like a Dennis Weaver moment with a truck driver. And this bloke was just, he was not considering anyone on the road. No way. I mean, it was like duel. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll check those out later on. Thanks, buddy. And anyway, this truck driver was having none of it. He was like, I'm king of the road. And we're like, you're insane. There's water literally pouring out the sky. Everybody's driving at 70 miles an hour. Nobody had slowed down. And I mean, all it took was for one car to spin out on the motorway going at that speed on the water, because it was like a river on the motorway. There was nowhere else for the water to go other than right in front of you. And nobody was driving with any due care or attention. This truck driver just thought, you know what, I'm bigger than all of you, so therefore I'm boss. And my husband made the truck driver slow down. And it was scary. It was really scary. And I was just glad. In the end up, I was glad to get off the motorway and go home through the back roads. Because there were people on there that clearly were not driving to the conditions. It was absolutely terrifying. I've just got a couple of sleeves on this to do. got a couple of shirts, some t-shirts, and I think we've got some trousers. And then a duvet cover and a fitted sheet. And after that, I think I'm through. I did not want to get out of bed this morning. I was very comfortable. My bed was mine. Sharky! I didn't see you. Oh, babe, how long you been here? All right, everyone. Sharky's in the house. The party has started. It's past. I'm okay. I'm all right, Sharky. We're just talking about the weather yesterday, and it was really rainy, and we've been threatened with thunderstorms. And it's already started raining here. Oh, heck. Heck, heck, heck. Come on, coat. There we are. Fasten a few buttons. There we are. Everything's done. Job's a good one. What have we got here? What are these? Oh, it's a skirt. Righto. I thought it was a pair of trousers. Hello. Oh, you see, that's what I love about this environment that we're all in. Everybody is getting on with everybody else, and it's so lovely. It's been crazy here. Oh, go on then. Story time. What's been going on? What's occurring? What's new? It's been so hot. Yep, we've gone from it being so hot to it being so rainy. I went out on a date this weekend, Sharky, with my husband to the cinema. We went to see 28 Years Later. And if you've not seen that film, get out and see it, because it's a masterpiece. It's fantastic. And I love it. We have been talking about the apocalypse. What's your plan, Sharky? You got a plan? What you gonna do in the apocalypse? I've got a new chair set for my family patio in the backyard. Me and my mum went to the store to get the set. Oh, nice. Peak summer enjoyment, sitting in the garden, definitely. Oh, well, you'll be able to plan your apocalypse plan won't you, Sharky, while sitting on your new furniture? What colour did you go for? I would plan on learning on how to use weapons properly and make myself and my family a big garden and find a way to survive. The twins. Hello. Hello, the twins. Well, that sounds like a good plan, Sharky. It's a plan of something. You know, at least we've got plans, right? The twins. Hello, how are you? Yeah. And make yourself a bunker. Well, that seems to be the way forward. That seems what everybody wants, is a bunker. What are your plans, the twins? What are your plans for the apocalypse? Have you got a plan? Are you thinking about making a plan? Or are you, I don't want to plan, we'll just see what happens? What if it happened tomorrow, Sharky? Yeah, what happens if it happens tomorrow? What happens if today's the last normal day that any of us are ever going to have? And suddenly, tomorrow is just pants. Absolutely the worst day possible. Won't it as a disadvantage? You need something like Sealand. Oh, that's a good question. I never thought about it. Oh, there we are. Now we're all thinking about it. What is our destiny? What's our plan? How are we going to survive whatever's coming? And, oh, that's another question, isn't it? What do we think? What do we think is going to be the apocalypse? Who knows? This is a thought experiment, a bit of fantasy for us to get the afternoon to, you know, wake us all up because it's a Monday. Hello, Demon Gaming. We are a little strange here. I hope you'll want to stay. We are a little odd here. I will go to Costco and bulk up on food. Absolutely. Before everything goes to hell. Yes. Probably get lots and lots of food in. Especially something for the doggos and the cats and everything, because we need to feed our pets, because they're just as important as we are. What would you do, Demon Gaming? What's your way? How are you going to survive what's coming? What is coming? Who knows? how are we doing battery wise? Oh, I think I need to plug us in. I need to plug us in because we're losing power. And that's no good. We were down to 29% battery. I'll be around. Will you? I'll be around too. There. Can everybody still see me? Are we still connected? Is the internet still on? Lots of questions. I think we might have to slide ever so this way because of everything. Still live, thank goodness I'm alive. We have a guy on here called Frankenstein. Just saying. If you've not met Frankenstein, he is on here somewhere, and he's a nice bloke. At least I think he's a man. He's very nice anyway. He or she is very nice. I don't suppose we should say he or she. I suppose we should just call them Frankenstein, because that is their title. That is the title that they've given us anyway. Particularly, I've got a hair that's gone loose and run down my arm. Well, that's nice to know that we're still alive. Oh, you know, every time I say that, I keep thinking of Short Circuit and Johnny 5 is alive. I loved that film as a kid. You know, that was, gosh, that film does encapsulate my childhood. And the youngsters of today, they don't want to know, do they? The films that made us happy. Well, that's more for us to enjoy then, isn't it? I don't think we're doing very well getting caught. There. Maybe that's a bit better. I can see you a bit better. There's nothing worse than me sort of being half on, half off the camera. This is a wild shirt, isn't it? If ever I saw one. I mean, this is a wild shirt. There. Don't think I'll get a good finish on it. Sadly, it's a bit over dried. Yeah. That is a wild shirt, man. Oh, wow, I didn't realise we got all the way to 10 thumbs ups. My goodness me, that's amazing. Yeah, I'll say one thing, this guy's a dapper dresser. Oh, I have hardly anything left in the bag. That's a good sign. It's a very good sign. We might be done for 4 o'clock. Keep listening out for the dryer so that I can get the next load in, because I have a big load coming in tonight which needs to be done and popped into the dryer for tomorrow morning, because obviously tomorrow is Tuesday. Before you know it, it'll be the weekend again. I wonder what the statistics would be. Alright, because I did the statistics for the rage virus in the United Kingdom 28 years later, and I didn't bother working out what they would be for the rest of the world, assuming the rage virus got off the island of the United Kingdom. And I think I should do that, because I think that that would be very interesting, because I am a statistician nerd. I love statistics. I love to know and work out what the human populace, how many would be left on the planet. I once read a paper about kickstarting the population again after a disaster, and I think they said that we would need in the region of, I think, what was it, like 1 billion to 2 billion people if we were to properly have a big enough gene pool to breed from. And at the moment we've got 8 billion on the planet. So if we drop down to something like, say, 2 billion, we'd probably just about have enough to be able to get a breeding program back in, so that the human race wouldn't be completely lost. Imagine that. I mean, we could be, I mean, the dinosaurs died out. So there's absolutely no reason that the human should not go the same way as the dinosaurs. Instead of it being Jurassic Park, it might be Jurassic Parker. You know, as in nobody wears a Parker anymore and that we're all going to drop off. Okay, so Reddit is undecided. The argument ends at likely tens of thousands globally survived in a small community setups. That's interesting. It really depends upon where your enclave was as to whether or not were likely to survive. But you would also have to have enough freshness within your breeding gene pool. Otherwise, you're going to end up like Deliverance. What a thought. I mean, literally one tooth and a banjo. Humans are already set for extinction. We just expected a catastrophic event rather than a birth decline. Ah, P.D. James. Children of Men. Interesting thought. Or oh gosh, he wrote Greybeard. Ah, come on, brain. He wrote Greybeard. Nope, it's no good. Brain's gone. Brian W. Aldiss, Greybeard. Oh my goodness me. Amazing. 1st of January 1964. And what happened is there was like a space event where a comet went past us. And it had some kind of radiation on it. And basically it sterilized the human race and did something to the animals that made the animals different and a little bit more intelligent. And the youngest person alive on the planet is 56 years old. And they call him Greybeard. And oh my goodness me, what an interesting concept. And that is about the end of us. End of the human race anyway. The animals are all right, but us humans, we're screwed. Very, very good book. I knew his son, Brian Aldiss's son. Funnily enough, when his dad died, how can I put this? Every family has its ups and downs. But I really felt it for his son. I really did. I mean, Brian Aldiss is a titan of science fiction writing. He's a British writer. And when he died, I really, really felt so very sad for his son. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here. And I don't want to cause any problems, but I think there might have just been a bit of an argument or something hadn't gone quite right just before his dad died. And put it this way, it was incredibly moving and incredibly sad. Not all stories have happy endings, but his son, Brian Aldiss's son, oh, what a lovely guy. Oh, extra pillowcases that I didn't know about. I thought this was a shirt. Well, just goes to show that you don't know everything, girl. I'm just going to go check the dryer. I'll be back in a minute. If you have your computer next to the phone, Google the birth rate since 1970. Ooh, I will. UK birth rate for 2022 was 10.10, 1.38% decline from 2021. Wow, we really are dropping off. In the year 1970, a total of 124. Gosh, amazing. We're dropping off a scale. We're not increasing the population, we're dropping off. And there were me thinking that there were more and more and more of us. I thought we were around about, I don't know, 8.5 billion people on the planet now. I actually thought we were growing, not shrinking. Everyone thinks it's a big nuclear event that's going to whack us. Probably isn't, actually. It probably won't be nuclear war. I mean, I'm fascinated with the subject. I am. And the Cold War that we had, but I don't think it's going to be that gets us. I think it's going to be a natural disaster, or some kind of flu bug, you know, like disease X, or a combination of climate disasters and disease X that's going to get us. I don't think we're going to end up blowing ourselves up. I think Mother Nature's going to have a nasty surprise, a sting in her sleeve. If you know what I mean. Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion. Okay, so the 8 billion number is respective. We have an aging population. The 8 billion number is from a census. It's estimated about 12 to 13 billion when accounting for people not taking part in the census. Oh. So we might actually have a little bit less than the 8 billion then. Right, yeah. Well, that would make sense. Nothing's an exact science now, is it? But as we live older and have less kids, the population collapse will finish it off rather than us stop an event. We're going to end up like Japan, where they had an inverted pyramid with the aging population at the top and nothing coming underneath to pay for it all. Well, that's scary. And that's why we're having to invent all these machines, I suppose, to do all the work, but we're not breeding extra people. Oh my goodness, give me some Soma. Oh, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Oh. Same, don't. Same deal, but globally. Yeah. That's quite frightening. We're all going to be wanting Soma. There won't be enough Soma to go around. little shorts. Quite the thought, isn't it? It's a very sobering thought that we're actually going to breed ourselves out of existence. I like data, regardless of how it makes people feel. It lays out the facts. You can't argue with it, can you? If it's there, if it's staring at you in black and white, it can't lie. What can't speak can't lie. Raw facts, they're in front of us. That's the silent apocalypse then, isn't it? We're literally going to stop breeding. Do you remember years ago, and I'm talking about going back to the 1950s, where they did that massive experiment with the white mice, right? I didn't dream this. This really did happen. And they did an experiment where the mice had absolutely every possible convenience that they would need in order to grow their, like, you know, their little enclave. And the mice stopped breeding. And the colony collapsed. Because we'd made it so easy for them, we gave them their food and they didn't have to go and forage for it. And we gave them all the toys and the mod cons and everything. And they got so obsessed with grooming and looking beautiful and, you know, all about them. They went into a very selfish, like, they didn't want to communicate and they didn't want to connect and they didn't want to breed anymore because everything was just so easy for them. And in the end up, the colony died because they stopped breeding. I can't remember the exact name of the experiment off the top of my head, but I do remember it involved mice. Thankfully, the peanut never uses a mobile phone. When we go out, he engages with the world. That's a good thing. That's a good thing that they do that. You know, we need, if we forget, if we don't engage, if we start to ignore each other, then society, that is the start of our decline. We're going to end up like that, the mice in that experiment. You know, we'll have everything done for us. We'll have every modern convenience that we could possibly want and need. And then we'll forget to talk to each other and we'll stop breeding. Because it's written like a Douglas Adams novel, this is. It literally will be a case of so long and thanks for all the fish. Because if we forget to engage with each other, we'll all be on the flipping soma. We won't be engaging with each other. We'll just think that we're here just to be beautiful. And that's that. Good gosh. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Here we come. That's all the clothing done, everybody. We've just got a couple more pillowcases and a duvet and a fitted sheet. How exciting is that? We've done it. Whoa. I'll own the calories. An ice lolly. It's a stolen ice lolly, therefore the calories do not count. So I just get a message through then? No. 19 degrees and heavy rain. Woo! Oh my goodness me, we'll be aquaplaning when we're going to deliveries tonight. Yes, we will. We'll be action mom and action dad. I've always been teasing my kids, and I always tell them that when we all get the flu, the dreaded lurgy, the one that's going to carry us off, we'll have to call it the A-up flu. We'll all get flu and it'll start in Yorkshire. We'll end up with mutant Yorkshire puddings chasing us down the street. I can see it now. Mutant Yorkshire puds, eh? Yorkshire tea. Not like any other kind of tea. Hang on, so what have I got here? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Need to change that from a 4 to an 8. There we go. Infected tea bags will be the catalyst. It will be nicknamed the tea virus. Oh my God. Are we going to have a girl called Alice running around going, I've heard that Yorkshire has the tea virus. Oh, did you hear that roll of thunder then? I'm surprised I haven't got Monty downstairs jumping all over my toes. That was very well played there. Another space note. That was well played, my man. You're on fire this afternoon. COVID will always, in my mind, be an acronym for China originated vital infectious disease. Ooh, yeah. Okay, cards on the table. Oh, that was my shoulder there. I could hardly put that iron down then. Ouch. The joint, the joint, the joint. Ooh. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, cards on the table time. How do you think that happened? Hi, Sophie. Hi. You're home from holiday. Gosh, that was a quick holiday. You only went on Friday. Today it's Monday. I know, but you only went out on Friday. You only went on holiday on Friday. And it's only Monday, so you only went for what, 2 days? Is that right? Anyone who says one man can't change the world never ordered bat soup from a Wuhan fish market. I was off Friday, 4 days. Yeah, okay, 4 days. Sorry, my bad, I can't count. Did you have a nice 4 days, my darling? Was it lovely? Was it nice and warm? Did you enjoy playing bingo? So I can tell you what happened. Isn't it Tuesday in Australia now? It would be for Dancer, but Sophie's from the United Kingdom, aren't you, darling? At least I think you are. It was horrible, but you won 500 quid, so there was silver lining somewhere. Ah, yes, I always get the two of you confused. Oh, bless you. So, why was it horrible, and how did you win 500 quid? I'm guessing the 500 was on the bingo, but was the bingo horrible, or was the holiday horrible? Oh, right, yes. Yes, the holiday was horrible. And yes, you won the 500 on the bingo. Right, okie dokie. I wonder if there was a little experiment that went on that got a bit out of hand. In my mind, she won the 500 for predicting a bad holiday. It was a full house for bingo, and the weather is bad. It was raining. Oh, did you have lots of rain? The rain when you're abroad is way more than what you get sometimes. I'm horrific at bingo. Me and all. I never win a thing. It's awful to say it, but I never win a thing. It's really sad. It breaks my heart that I don't win anything. Right, last two pieces, and then I've got a few of my own bits to do. How is everyone? We're all right. We're just wondering, cards on the table. How did COVID get out? Was it bat soup, or was it a soupy bat? It was a lab leak. Yeah, I reckon so. Oh, likely, Yeah, that's always been my suspicion. And if that can happen like that, can you imagine if disease X got out? And what were they trying to prove? A thinning of the herd? Was it boomer remover? Who knows? Who knows? It's one for a mystery novel, that, isn't it? Guess what? Guess what? Go on. What am I guessing? I've had COVID as well. It was not nice. Do you know what? When I had COVID, do you know what I got asked? What's for dinner? I didn't even feel like standing up, let alone cooking what was for dinner. It's good. It's what? It's so gross and fairy. Yeah, I'm guessing. What is it? What am I guessing? Hunter's asked you to marry him. You're going on holiday again at the weekend. Well, the thing is, the USA for around 3 years researched the idea of a COVID-derived superweapon, to kill enemy combatants with. And then we had a lab leak, which was really damned unfortunate. I'm going to hospital tomorrow and my sister's having a baby. She is 38 weeks pregnant. Ooh, has she gone into labour? Oh, wow. You're going to be an auntie. Congratulations all round. Oh, wonderful news. Oh. Congratulations and jubilations. I'm so happy for you. That's wonderful news. That really is wonderful news. So, that lab leak is consistent with the strain of COVID that the USA worked on for research at an undisclosed location outside of the United States. Well, you can't hide. You know what you can't hide? You can't hide data. No matter where you think you've buried it, somebody out there will have another link. Data. Yeah, there will be somebody out there that has. You cannot, it's like trying to do whack-a-mole. Jinx. Yeah, jinx. No matter what you do, no matter where you try and hide it, you cannot hide it all. There is and always will be a trail. It's just how it works. Ah. Itchy eyes. Ooh. There must be a lot of pollen in the air today. Either that or this is a very, very heavily scented load of laundry. we go. Nearly done, nearly done, nearly done. Hooray, hooray, we're nearly done. Should I name her Lily? Oh, what does your daughter? What's your daughter? What does your sister want to name her daughter? Or her son? It's all very exciting, isn't it? Ooh. I don't know. It depends what your sister wants to call her. Ooh, that's a nice name. It's very unusual. You don't get many people called Faye, do you? It's gonna be a daughter. Ooh. How exciting. Is she in labour then, or is she going to be induced, or what? She can't be decided. Oh. So has she gone into labour naturally, or is it like planned pregnancy? Is she having a cesarean? What's occurring? Wow, it's gone black outside. Woo wee, it must be absolutely bouncing down. Oh, a double duvet. One double fit sheet. It's raining. Oh, she's in labour now. Right. Wow. Well, we're all going with her, because that's what we were told to do. Mind you, then they tried to take the gas and air off me, and I was like, Arr! I was like something from 28 weeks later. I can tell you, I had that gas and air gripped between my teeth, especially as they were using forceps on me at the time. Woo wee, that hurt. And they kept trying to take the gas and air off me, saying, if she has too much gas and air, she's not going to concentrate and she won't be able to push. And so every time they came to me, mouth to try and remove the gas and air, I was going like that with them. And they were like, okay, we won't take it off her just yet. Yeah. She's a bit nervous. I were a bit nervous. I think every woman on the planet gets nervous when they're giving birth. But yes, I was a bit possessive of my gas and air. I wasn't going to let that go. When I was born, I was 38 weeks old. Oh, it's a good age. Early. Yeah. But you know what? All the best. All have to get out early. That's just the way you are. Yes, I remember growling at my midwife as she tried to remove the gas and air from my mouth, and I was not having it. I was not having it at all. I forgot to tell you. Oh, well, go ahead. It really does take a lot to make me mad. I have a very high tolerance. Wow, we've got lightning coming down now. If I keep this signal, if I manage to keep this signal and talk to you guys while this storm's raging outside, we're doing good. Because I swear it's going to knock the internet out. You've got a long lost twin. Oh. Where is your long lost twin? Maya's thunder. Lily, hello. Hello, Lily. We're in the middle of a massive storm. Whether if I keep the internet, we're doing well. When they roll down the valley, and they really do roll down here, it booms and it shakes. And the moors are very black at the moment. Whew. Hello, Ronaldo. Sophie's sister's having a baby tomorrow. I bet she arrives tonight. I know, it's exciting, isn't it? Of course it's exciting. Having babies, bringing a new life into the world. What's not to get excited about? I think that's wonderful. Grandparents, of course. You're the proud auntie. They're the proud grandparents. Oh, this is wonderful news. Well, congratulations, my darling. Ooh, wowee. It's really beaten down. Goodness me. Don't put your age on. Take your age off. Don't put your age on, darling. Take that off. It's not safe. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, yeah, the internet's starting going screwy. So if we lose a signal, I'm really sorry. Take care, Sophie. Good luck for your baby that's arriving. Exciting. Oh, isn't that wonderful news? Oh, wow. Whoa, wait, is it coming down where you are, another space nut? It is pitch black outside. Bye-bye, darling Sophie. See you tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Jacob. Ronaldo. Sorry, I'm calling you by your surname. We never put our ages on. Oh my God, it is beating the door down. It's like I've got a demon outside. I'm sending it over to you. It's like the devil's running across the moor. The devil's running across the moor indeed. Right, I'm gonna go and grab got nothing hidden. Nothing hidden at all. I'm just going to go and get spare bags within bags. Yeah. I am. I'm going to go grab some more laundry for a start. Such is life, it's never done. I'll do mine first, and then I'll do the kids. It's just insane out there. 3 more items of clothing, and then voila, we're done. I think I'll go check the trousers and I'll see if they're done. Woo-wee-wee. I can hear it beating the door. Bye, Ronaldo. You're a good boy. Yeah. If the internet keeps up with this, I'll be amazed. I bet we don't get television tonight. If it keeps like it is doing, I bet we don't end up with TV at all. I bet our old Emily Moore, I bet she's like, not tonight, Josephine. And we'll be like, okay, not tonight, Josephine. The entire system might get knocked out. Imagine that, eh? Oh, you're back, are you, love? Well, I've got one more shirt that needs doing after this. That's mine. And then we're going to bag and tag like you haven't believed. So a new client tried to hire me for his Man City fanboy editing. I declined. Oh! Did you not fancy it? You're not a Man United fan? Or Man City? Sorry, even. Can't say I'm a big football fan. Never really been into the game. I can just about understand cricket when my husband explains it to me. Ooh, that was a big one. Boom! Ooh, wowee. I tell you, I'm surprised I haven't got Monty literally hanging out by the side of me. What time is it? Oh, right, only 3:30. 20 to 4. Where's the time? Oh boy. Last bit. I'm not a massive fan of footy. Never have been. It's just never been my scene. I like more solitary sport, horse riding, scuba diving, flying, things like that. I don't like team things. I mean, I was on the team when I was at school. I was on the netball team and the hockey team. And I was reasonably good at it, but I can't say as I've grown up and grown older that that's ever been a thing that I wanted to do. I am at my uncle's. Oh, right. Does he not mind you borrowing his internet? That's very kind of him. Stopped going to the football when I realised NMA was cheaper and developed skills just past going for a bunch of, yeah. Wow. Oh my God, you must be getting some of this storm now. I can't be the only one that's getting this. Good grief. Gracious me. I'm too scared. Whoa, what a stormaroo. Right, I'm going to turn everything off. Put these in the bag. Okay, what's your guess? How many items do you think I've done? Okay, I know what it is. Can any of you lot guess what it is? I'm going to stand at 2. Water has arrived. Put a 3 by the 2, and then you have 23 items. I'm just going to collapse the board. We're going to put this manky towel in the wash, like you do. And then we're going to pick that up off the floor and put that over the back of the chair. I'm going to get one of these and wrap it over all the bedding so that it stays dry when we try to transport it out the car. And then we're going to get a bag, and we're going to bag and then tag. Right, that'll do for one bag. Make sure everything is covered up because the weather is wild. Dude, I knew you'd come down. I knew you would. You hate weather like that. Oh, little boy. He's hunkered on the floor. No, I have a little boy that's a cat. Come on, Mumsy. Come on. It's all right. It's not that bad. It's really not that scary. Huh? He says, fluff off. He says, I'm scared. That's what he's saying. I'm scared, Mum. I'm scared, Mummy. You all right? Yeah. That's what he's saying. Frightened, and he's hiding in the corridor. Come on, sweetheart. Come on. Come to Mummy. Hey? Come to Mama's. It's all right. The bad boom booms are not going to get you. I promise. There's no boom booms going to get you. No. The boom booms are going to go away. Come here. Come here, you wimp. Come on, darling. You're lying down in the corridor waiting for Mama. Oh, baby. It's okay. Honestly. The bad booms are going to stop. I promise. And the rain will stop. And it'll be glorious sunshine again. Yeah. It will. Just got to keep talking to him. I'm all right, Ronaldo. I'm just trying to keep Monty calm. Monty's my little kitten. And he's not right happy about this weather. How you, darling? Oh, he's run off. Right. We have tagged and bagged everything. We are sorted. I just would like to say thank you very much for joining me today. It has been quite the experience, has it not? Hey? Have we not had the best afternoon? No, I don't have things like that, sweetheart. We don't have PlayStations in this house. We've got a Wii, but that's about it. Right, me darlings, the storm is raging. I can see I'm having trouble with the signal, and I'm going to go and try and take care of Monty. So I will probably join you all very, very soon. It was great afternoon. I've loved it. Thank you very much. I'll catch up with you later, my darling. I hope Monty is... Oh, look, he's just coming. Oh, I've got to turn you around and show you him. Oh, mate, I know it stinks. This weather is awful. I know it's scary. I know, darling. Right, I'll see you all later.